Running a small business is like a journey. It could be a simple journey from A to B, but it's more likely to be one with twists and turns and detours along the way. Because small businesses face unique challenges. They might want to grow but can't find the best route. They might be working all hours every day but suspect they could be more productive. They might get too much advice from too many people or too many family members. That's why tens of thousands of businesses have paused to stop, think, and ask for our know-how so they can accelerate ahead. Through our network of local consultants, we've tripled turnover in a porcelain factory, found new markets for old products like tea, and helped beekeepers fly higher. We've sourced industry experts internationally and taken fish farming into fresh waters. Our work bridges many sectors, from food and beverages to telecommunications, from construction to retail and manufacturing. We help sort out strategy and marketing, advise on operations and organisation, lead the way on energy efficiency, draw a line under the accounts, and inspire businesses to adopt new technologies. We're funded by dozens of donors, and we're part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which makes hundreds of millions available every year to invest in thousands of small businesses across 34 countries and counting. We provide the know-how to succeed, to expand, and to grow. Ready to reach your destination? We know how to get there. Running a small business is like a journey. It could be a simple journey from A to B, but it's more likely to be one with twists and turns and detours along the way. Because small businesses face unique challenges. They might want to grow but can't find the best route. They might be working all hours every day but suspect they could be more productive. They might get too much advice from too many people or too many family members. That's why tens of thousands of businesses have paused to stop, think, and ask for our know-how so they can accelerate ahead. Through our network of local consultants, we've tripled turnover in a porcelain factory, found new markets for old products like tea, and helped beekeepers fly higher. We've sourced industry experts internationally who've perked up production in poultry farming, shown mini-markets how to become supermarkets, and taken fish farming into fresh waters. Our work bridges many sectors, from food and beverages to telecommunications, from construction to retail and manufacturing. We help sort out strategy and marketing, advise on operations and organisation, lead the way on energy efficiency, draw a line under the accounts, and inspire businesses to adopt new technologies. We're funded by dozens of donors, and we're part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which makes hundreds of millions available every year to invest in thousands of small businesses across 34 countries and counting. We provide the know-how to succeed, to expand, and to grow. Ready to reach your destination? We know how to get there. Running a small business is like a journey. It could be a simple journey from A to B, but it's more likely to be one with twists and turns and detours along the way. Because small businesses face unique challenges. They might want to grow but can't find the best route. They might be working all hours every day but suspect they could be more productive. They might get too much advice from too many people or too many family members. That's why tens of thousands of businesses have paused to stop, think, and ask for our know-how so they can accelerate ahead. Through our network of local consultants, we've tripled turnover in a porcelain factory, found new markets for old products like tea, and helped beekeepers fly higher. We've sourced industry experts internationally who've perked up production in poultry farming, shown mini-markets how to become supermarkets, and taken fish farming into fresh waters. Our work bridges many sectors, from food and beverages to telecommunications, from construction to retail and manufacturing. We help sort out strategy and marketing, advise on operations and organisation, lead the way on energy efficiency, draw a line under the accounts, and inspire businesses to adopt new technologies. We're funded by dozens of donors, and we're part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which makes hundreds of millions available every year to invest in thousands of small businesses across 34 countries and counting. We provide the know-how to succeed, to expand, and to grow. Ready to reach your destination? We know how to get there. Running a small business is like a journey. It could be a simple journey from A to B, but it's more likely to be one with twists and turns and detours along the way. Because small businesses face unique challenges. They might want to grow but can't find the best route. They might be working all hours every day but suspect they could be more productive. They might get too much advice from too many people or too many family members. That's why tens of thousands of businesses have paused to stop, think, and ask for our know-how so they can accelerate ahead. Through our network of local consultants, we've tripled turnover in a porcelain factory, found new markets for old products like tea, and helped beekeepers fly higher. We've sourced industry experts internationally who've perked up production in poultry farming, shown mini-markets how to become supermarkets, and taken fish farming into fresh waters. Our work bridges many sectors, from food and beverages to telecommunications, from construction to retail and manufacturing. We help sort out strategy and marketing, advise on operations and organisation, lead the way on energy efficiency, draw a line under the accounts, and inspire businesses to adopt new technologies. We're funded by dozens of donors, and we're part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which makes hundreds of millions available every year to invest in thousands of small businesses across 34 countries and counting. We provide the know-how to succeed, to expand, and to grow. Ready to reach your destination? We know how to get there. Running a small business is like a journey. It could be a simple journey from A to B, but it's more likely to be one with twists and turns and detours along the way. Because small businesses face unique challenges. They might want to grow but can't find the best route. They might be working all hours every day but suspect they could be more productive. They might get too much advice from too many people or too many family members. That's why tens of thousands of businesses have paused to stop, think, and ask for our know-how so they can accelerate ahead. Through our network of local consultants, we've tripled turnover in a porcelain factory, found new markets for old products like tea, and helped beekeepers fly higher. We've sourced industry experts internationally who've perked up production in poultry farming, shown mini-markets how to become supermarkets, and taken fish farming into fresh waters. Our work bridges many sectors, from food and beverages to telecommunications, from construction to retail and manufacturing. We help sort out strategy and marketing, advise on operations and organisation, lead the way on energy efficiency, draw a line under the accounts, and inspire businesses to adopt new technologies. We're funded by dozens of donors, and we're part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. which makes hundreds of millions available every year to invest in thousands of small businesses across 34 countries and counting. We provide the know-how to succeed, to expand, and to grow. Ready to reach your destination? We know how to get there. Running a small business is like a journey. It could be a simple journey from A to B, but it's more likely to be one with twists and turns and detours along the way. Because small businesses face unique challenges. They might want to grow but can't find the best route. They might be working all hours every day but suspect they could be more productive. They might get too much advice from too many people or too many family members. That's why tens of thousands of businesses have paused to stop, think, and ask for our know-how so they can accelerate ahead. Through our network of local consultants, we've tripled turnover in a porcelain factory, found new markets for old products like tea, and helped beekeepers fly higher. We've sourced industry experts internationally who've perked up production in poultry farming, shown mini-markets how to become supermarkets, and taken fish farming into fresh waters. Our work bridges many sectors, from food and beverages to telecommunications, from construction to retail and manufacturing. We help sort out strategy and marketing, advise on operations and organisation, lead the way on energy efficiency, draw a line under the accounts, and inspire businesses to adopt new technologies. We're funded by dozens of donors, and we're part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which makes hundreds of millions available every year to invest in thousands of small businesses across 34 countries and counting. We provide the know-how to succeed, to expand, and to grow. Ready to reach your destination? We know how to get there. Running a small business is like a journey. It could be a simple journey from A to B, but it's more likely to be one with twists and turns and detours along the way. Because small businesses face unique challenges. They might want to grow but can't find the best route. They might be working all hours every day but suspect they could be more productive. They might get too much advice from too many people or too many family members. That's why tens of thousands of businesses have paused to stop, think, and ask for our know-how so they can accelerate ahead. Through our network of local consultants, we've tripled turnover in a porcelain factory, found new markets for old products like tea, and helped beekeepers fly higher. We've sourced industry experts internationally who've perked up production in poultry farming, shown mini-markets how to become supermarkets, and taken fish farming into fresh waters. Our work bridges many sectors, from food and beverages to telecommunications, from construction to retail and manufacturing. We help sort out strategy and marketing, advise on operations and organisation, lead the way on energy efficiency, draw a line under the accounts, and inspire businesses to adopt new technologies. We're funded by dozens of donors, and we're part of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which makes hundreds of millions available every year to invest in thousands of small businesses across 34 countries and counting. We provide the know-how to succeed, to expand, and to grow. Ready to reach your destination? We know how to get there.
till I come. Till I come.
Give me a cold one.
Introducing a beer that defies logic. Coors Light's revolutionary new Super Cold Draft. The cold
Приглашаю всех в зал для продолжения конференции. Начинаем третью панельную дискуссию. Пожалуйста, возвращайтесь в зал. Вы знаете, мы как раз сказали, чтобы немножко приглушили, может быть, вот тогда надо найти кого-то чуть-чуть светлее, да, потемнее.
Воно якось сенсор чи що? Ага.
Свет можно как-то добавить?
Да вот уже сказали, что заниматься, потому что только что включили. Итак, начинаем нашу третью.
So let's start our panel discussion number 3. Our Ukrainian exporters shall share their best practices and experience of entering the European market. I would like to introduce the moderators for this discussion. Sergei Lamets, representing Ekonomichna Pravda. Igor Buchatsky, Agricultura, it's the professional union. Oleg Miroshnichenko is the author of The Guide How to Export to the EU, and Igor Gumenov representing UBC Group, Sergei Lazar representing Vimel, and Inna Milentieva, Svaro Group. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming here in spite of the fact that it's the second half of the day and it's time to get on to our own business and not to listen to somebody else's success stories. We'll try to make this session as practical as possible for you to get the answers to the most burning questions for the companies trying to pertain the EU market. I would like to ask the organizers to put down the light a little bit for us to watch a couple of films devoted to this topic by a company being one of the world leaders in the export of refrigerators for bars, for Horeca. After having watched these films, I will give the floor to Igor Gumennoy, that who will dwell on his company's practices, UBC's practices and success story in entering the EU and the world market, and what are the chances for any Ukrainian company that are equal to any other company in the world. Please put down the light.
Сейчас, извините, пожалуйста.
Just a moment of patience, please. Позвони мне. Представляем самый лучший вид пива в Европе. Низкотемпературный холодильник для пива. Освежает? Ну да. Могу я получить холодное пиво из холодильника? Супер холодное пиво.
Слово передается Игорю Гуменному, который расскажет, если можно, расскажите, пожалуйста, чего вам стоило, каких...
A moment of your attention. And Igor Gumennoy will tell us about the possibility to enter the EU market and how long it took them to enter the EU market. My name is Igor Gumennoy. My company is entitled UBC Group, and I would like to tell you a little bit about us. And we are the #1 company for producing the beer refrigerators, and we have the 15% market share in this domain. We're the biggest producer of promo products, promo equipment in Europe, and in Ukraine and in Russia. We are the leaders in freezer coolers with glass doors and also freezers for ice cream, refrigerators for ice cream. So these are no new products. They have been existing for some time already, exactly for 100 years. We just used the natural Ukrainian competitive advantage in terms of highly qualified workforce and the possibility to correlate it with the geographic location, which is quite similar to the situation in China, which gives also the possibility to boost sales in the EU and in the United States. I will briefly outline this figures. We are called UBC Group. We're an industrial holding and trade holding working in the field of customized refrigerator products. We started working in 2003, and these are our production facilities. We didn't manage to privatize anything, so we had to build it from scratch, but actually we succeeded in that. And this is a picture of our factory. You can see how the ready-made products are manufactured, which are on the next slides. So these are the refrigerator boxes, freezer boxes, and an entire range of products is manufactured by this facility. And you can now see, we shall switch it. The second line of activities, UBC Promo, producing various kinds of customized products, branded products, stands, umbrellas, marquesas, and all kinds of commercial furniture. We produce them both tailor-made and also in bulk for our clients. And you can see also the street light promotion materials, and you can also see the beer distribution equipment for the bars. And it's quite a dynamic market because it rapidly changes, and you have seen the film about the equipment that freezes beer before distributing. There was an interesting story about that when Milner and another company was merging, and this equipment was part of the promotion of the new company. These are our ceramic columns for beer distribution, and here you can see our segment UBC Distribution, which are in charge of sales. They're selling it to transnational companies like Coca-Cola, Nestlé, Procter & Gamble, and Sun&Bev, and others engaged in food industry. And for the sales of these products, we have our offices and representations in 26 countries of the world, and there used to be more, but due to the crisis we had to reduce them. This is a brief outline of our geography and sales and representation in different countries. And in order to spare you time, I would like to briefly focus on our activity scope, and our experience probably may be of use for you, though I don't know, I'm not sure. One of our shareholders is the EBRD, holding 25% stock of shares in our company. And all the products that we produce encompass only those which are too expensive to be produced in highly developed countries with a big share of labor costs, because it's part of automatization of our companies. The engineering share is quite high because these products are like, armor race. You should be innovative and you should introduce new solutions. And you have seen it in the film where you have seen the freezer with a glass door. We were the first company in the world to integrate a plasma screen into a freezer, and actually the client benefits from the new promotion medium, and there are companies transforming this equipment into communication means. And last year they bought 6,000 units, and we remotely control them, and they actually do that, demonstrating their marketing and promotion materials. And we borrow much from the IT industry, many things that emerge there in terms of information transmission and also video processing and streaming video. We all them, making them our part of our products, working on the brink of different domains. And for example, during the Euro football championship, we used these freezers not only for the drinks, but also to demonstrate certain agendas and information where to go. This is kind of fundamental. And the key thing is the value of this labor, in particular the work of the best specialists in the field of IT. In highly developed countries, in the industrial countries, in Canada, in the United States, it's up to 15 times higher. The salary is up to 15 times higher. So in order for Ukraine to be competitive in terms of well-equipped engineers, should shift from studying mechanical disciplines to more advanced high-tech domains. And in Ukraine, there are a lot of opportunities. The challenges in terms of marketing are much more numerous on the developed markets, in particular in the United States and in Western Europe. First of all, the competition is very high. And in order to be present at the market, to build a presence at the market, you need to be there, and you need to also market your product, to promote your product. And we actually refused. We used to have distributors, but we evaded from this practice. We market our products ourselves, in particular in Italy, and it's quite times harder to promote one's products in the United States and in Europe than in our country or in Latin America. So I can dwell on that for years. Probably we can make another contribution, and let's start from discussing the question what is necessary to market your products in the EU and in the developed countries where the markets are quite complicated. And for starters, we can give the floor to Oleg Miroshnichenko, the author of the publication, which you can download for free, called How to Export to the EU. Oleg, the floor is yours. Glory to Ukraine. And glory to all those protecting Ukraine from the Russian aggression. It's a hybrid war waged against Ukraine, and I think that the successful business in Ukraine and our export to the EU is one of the forms of counteraction to this aggression and one of the prerequisites of Ukraine's existence as a powerful state. And recently I've published a book, The Guide on How to Export to EU and to Internationalize Your Business. This book was sponsored by Renaissance Fund, and you can also download it on the following address that you can see on this slide. I will try to summarize the advice for SMEs who are just considering tackling the foreign markets, in particular the EU market. And before starting to export, you need to evaluate, to assess your company, and to see whether the management of your company is ready to distract part of their human resources for exporting, because it will require significant both financial and human resources and marketing resources. It's quite essential that the management shares this vision, because the first export products will pay off within a couple of years or months at best. So it's needed to select the necessary departments and products that can be adapted for export in the most efficient manner. And at the next stage, you need to define the target countries, and therefore you need to analyze the macroeconomic trends and the forecasts for economic growth in the country, and also the statistics, the consumption statistics of your product during the last 5 or 6 years, and also to see the consumption for the substitution products and also other products that are related to your product. And the sometimes when the consumption is constant and the production is increased, there is a gap for increased exports, and then you can define 1 or 2 or 3 target markets, and then you take acquaintance with these markets, and you can conduct a marketing research if you have such possibilities, or hire a company on the target market, which is the best option, in order to make a profound marketing research and provide you with the necessary information on the marketplace and competitors and the consumers. This is an essential product, and you shouldn't try to, save on these costs, because a high-quality marketing research will be a basis for development of your export plan and export strategy to tackle such external markets. And such a research, in my opinion, should be studied by all the managers, the top managers of your company involved in export, in order to conduct brainstorming and develop some draft of your export plan and marketing plan. It's very essential, because it's not one day that you will be engaged in export, and the positive shifts will be observed not tomorrow. So your company should play as a team and have a common vision of the desired results. Furthermore, it's also important to realize your strategic competitive advantage. Today you might have advantage, tomorrow you might lose it, but you should have the vision of your advantage. And prior to the presentation, I heard that it's in Ukraine it's the quality of our human resources and price competitiveness. So you should know what can be your competitive advantage for the coming years, and what is where your power is rooted. It's also worthwhile to define the export model. So the simplest one is when a foreign buyer comes to Ukraine and buys your product or commodity, and then it distracts no resources and you can focus on your core activities. Another form of cooperation is cooperation through the intermediary, or the most complicated form is delivering to the consumer. And there are different kinds of variations between these three, and most of the companies are willing to be engaged in serious exports, but they're not eager to work with intermediaries. And it's not easy to find an intermediary company. And even if you have found such a company, it's not worthwhile signing a contract at once. Conduct an interview, receive more information about the intermediary. A high-quality company would require much information from you, and you should be able to provide such such information, and you should be aware of that, because selling your product, an intermediary is endangering their reputation. Their reputation is its they should be aware of your competitive advantage. You might be also interested in the history of the company, in their export methods, their geographical coverage, their sales methods, and don't hesitate to ask them questions. Tell them, I have such and such products and such certificates, and tell me honestly how many units of this product are you able to sell in this region? Can you possibly include in our contract the provision that you quarterly undertake to sell not less than 400 units? How do you find an intermediary? It's also complicated, but you should reinvent the wheel in this case. Use your contacts, business contacts, personal contacts in particular, on the target market. The more you have, the more contacts you have, the better. And also, participation in exhibition activities is also one of the options. And not every entrepreneur is seriously preparing to participation in exhibitions and trade fairs. When you have successfully presented your product at an exhibition, you can get back with the orders. And there are also online trading platforms. After having interested in LinkedIn, for example, you can join some groups where your consumers, where your colleagues are discussing something, and you can present your company, and you can step after step, step by step, enter this market. Also, internet is one of the powerful media to promote your product. You can have a wonderful website, but an audit is needed to seriously represented as a market player in your segment. And you should demonstrate with which serious companies you are working, what history of your company, what track record your company is. For example, you want to enter the market of France, and so you should ensure that when a French consumer opens your website and reads your proposal, he or she would think, what is, rumor written in the internet about your company? They should receive positive information, because if it's negative, they will reduce the contacts with your company. And if your target market is France and you participate in a trade fair in France, you should approach journalists and try to ask them to in all the potential databases, and your potential partner, seeing your name in the Google, will see that it's not quite chaotic. It will provide for some structural approach to your marketing strategy, and this will demonstrate the seriousness of your intentions. Can we possibly postpone some of your recommendations to the practical part? All the information is available in this guideline, but it's just an outline of the entire book. Before we started this session, we, together with Mr. Igor Buchatsky, were discussing the possible measures to enter the EU market. And he said that it's necessary to sell the niche products, so to find your small place in a specialized segment of the market. Then the Ukrainian company will have a higher chance. Can you please outline your vision on that and the success and the track record of your company in promoting products in certain niche segments? Okay, we are a producer of quite standardized products, in particular wheat, barley, and sunflower and corn. And a couple of years ago, we started exporting rubs to the EU. We are situated in the Lviv region, and we have our buyers, and we have recommendations from our clients, and we had all the necessary certificates. We sent them to our partners, and according to the outcomes of this deal we have, of this bargain, we have earned more than in the case that we would sell it here in Ukraine. But year after year, I observed that the companies that strive to be the most efficient producers of commodities and trying to beat their competitors with price, they tackle the problem that the margin of this export is actually being reduced to zero in relation to the margin that they would earn in Ukraine by selling the same commodity in Ukraine. And that's why we focused on our exports to Poland, and we thought that we forgot about it. And we were quite unexpectedly approached from Holland, and we were asked for sunflower seeds for confectionery, and we don't know what, we said that we don't know what sunflower seed is. Practically, we said we don't have any, we have sunflower seeds. So discovered what sunflower seeds for confectionery is, and found it easy. Last year it was a complicated year for us, and we postponed this idea for the year 2015. And this year we shall try to cover some 10 hectares with these confectionery sunflower seed. And many colleagues of ours are also following the pattern that I described previously. It's a vicious circle. In this niche, we have the competitive advantage in labor force, in other things, but all the other farms and companies have the same competitive advantage. So we need to find niche products that have a higher demand abroad, here, but still are not popular among the major holdings, though small farms are quite successfully doing that.
Thank you. Let me to Sergei Lazar, a company that exports starch. Let me briefly digress and just we had earlier discussed, Sergei and I, the business model, and he told me that they managed to sort of benefit in a dual way. Basically, they're benefiting from the association agreement. This is one. And they have also successfully lobbied for the imposition of an import duty on starch imports into Ukraine. How did you do it? And in terms of what kind of impetus did this provide to your business? And how sustainable is this competitive advantage? Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity of addressing this forum. In response to your question, let me try and offer you a very simple explanation. Our company is over 23 years old, and we've been around all the time as a supplier of potato starch. This was the very first potato processing company in the industry in Ukraine. And in terms of starch, it was probably the first privately owned potato processor in the entire ex-Soviet Union region. We actually, until very recently, we haven't been able to export into the European Union. Why? Because the quality that Ukraine had to offer and Ukraine's R&D in the area of starch production would not. We were not competitive. There were some sporadic supplies, but not something that would meet the high standards that apply in Europe. We, however, did supply to the CIS, and they didn't have much in the way of specifications or requirements. They would consume it all. And in the period between 1995 and the year 2000, just Europe with Russia. There's a saying, a popular saying in Russia, that you don't carry your samovar to Tula. Tula is a town in Russia that is famous for traditional Russian teapots known as samovars. And because then again, selling to Europe was a challenge, simply because Russia is a major producer of starch itself. At the same time, Ukraine's market size is about 18,000 tons, which is hardly comparable to Russia's. Europe is a big producer, and it supplies Asia and China, and China basically gobbles it up, anything that Europe can produce. So the European market was oversupplied, and it was such a challenge to enter the EU market. This was the biggest barrier. Now, the market of the European Union was also protected by an import duty of 166 euros per ton. At that time, cost-wise, we wouldn't have been competitive, because cost-wise we were not very competitive. But if we at that time had added this import duty, we would have built ourselves a great wall, basically, which would have would have prevented our access anyway. Things changed last year when Ukraine signed the association agreement with the European Union, and even prior to the signing of this agreement, it had been announced that Europe would bring down its trade barriers, and all priests were encouraged to prepare for that. But there were some companies that did something to protect themselves as part of this free trade area agreements, and some didn't do anything to protect themselves. I'm just specifically referring to starch producers, not to strain to somebody else's sub-industry. So what we did, we brought together all starch producers under an association, and we then lobbied to protect our interests from European competition. What we know now is that Europe has lifted all restrictions on importing Ukrainian starch. At the same time, European exporters do have to pay a customs duty when exporting into Ukraine. So there's a quota that applies, but European starch producers, as long as this regime stays in place, will have no incentive to export into Ukraine. Why we wanted this this holiday of 10 years is to use this time to upgrade production. And indeed, because Europe has opened up its borders, now we can export. On the quality side, in terms of how competitive we are in quality vis-a-vis European peers, basically on the political arena, there's been lots of rapprochement and this kind of assistance across the board, and Europe unilaterally committing itself to removing the trade barriers. But that said, but nobody wants bad quality in Europe. So our first experience, the very first invoice that we issued, we got a letter in response: guys, please provide certificates. One certificate they wanted was from the British Association of Food Producers, and they also wanted a similar certificate from an American association. We didn't know this would apply, and basically we had done some fact finding, but we knew that we had to obtain a certificate of origin, and that would be it. But nobody told us that we would be eventually required to present those other certificates. Now again, just what follows on from this discussion that we had before lunch, among all those representatives of the IFIs, that trust and confidence, as they indicated, is the biggest problem. And this is true. And in order to win this trust, to gain acceptance, this is something that we need to do. In particular, in Europe, consumers will sample several times, will take their time to decide whether or not to admit an outside vendor. So quality is key, and quality should be impeccable. Now, with these efforts, we've secured ourselves this period, this decade within which to bring ourselves up to European standards. And this is my message to all of you. So if you intend to export into the European Union, you need to present exhaustive evidence that your products are A, safe, and B, demanded by the European market. These are the basic requirements, the basic things that you need to take care of in the first place. In terms of estimating the export capacity, from our experience, yes, we tripped over that the fact that we hadn't secured those certificates. Okay, we had been certified to ISO, to HACCP. We didn't have those additional certificates. So we circumvented this by starting to sell through a trader. So we've been doing business with Poland, and surprisingly enough, there was a period of 10 years during which we were importing rather than exporting. So we took on a partner. We started partnering with a trader, and they vouched for quality in front of their customers. And that's how we basically succeeded in placing our starch on the supermarket shelves all over the European Union. Because we had teamed up with a major food packer. And that is the main message that I wanted to get across to you this afternoon. Thank you. Now, let me hand over to Ina Metalova of Svarog to tell her story about certification and quotas and the European market. And Svarog farms a whole bunch of crops. They also produce beef, if I'm not mistaken. Apples, pears. Now, over to Ina. And could you please dwell on your experience with quotas, with quality certificates, and customs duties on both ends, import and export. To start with, let me indicate that so we basically we operate in several niche segments with 10 years of experience. So we've been trading with Europe for all this time, but we have been very active as an importer of equipment, technologies, and services from Europe. Seeds, fertilizers, you name it. So what we focused in the past was on importing services from Europe. As I once told a conference in Germany, we are here to help the German economy because we are buying from you guys. in terms of now, we are about to break even in terms of our exporting activities, close to reaching the volume of import operations. Certainly, as part of crop farming, so we farm the exchange-traded soft commodities, being corn, being soybeans. You can sell them anywhere. You can sell them to Europe, to Asia. It's just it's a pure exchange-traded commodity. Yeah, but a couple of years ago started losing economic attractiveness. So we asked ourselves, what's next? To keep farming corn? Yes, we've done it. We know how to do it. And then again, no big deal if we didn't get to harvest before frosty weather. Something we would harvest anyway and sell to distilleries. They would buy anyway. So we then decided to explore niches. And specifically now, we've been, what we've since done, we've started exploring such commodities as mustard, as flax, and these are highly profitable niche crops. And we sold all our crop forward as early as December. So these crops are quite attractive in the sense that the European market is quite large. And these are non-exchange traded commodities. They're not quoted, but there is a trick. So the catch about what really constrains this business and its export potential is that the market may be large, but there aren't so many buyers in this market. So if you grow wheat, you know, there's an army of buyers. But if you grow, for instance, you should know who your client is, who your clients are. There aren't many, because not so many trade in this. We also started growing beans, French beans, and most of the clients are in Europe, and this is quite a market in terms of space, and the competition is low in the sense that Ukraine is competitive in French bean production. So we sort of set also store by this particular crop. If we were to so our mainline lines of business being crops, grains, non-grains, and so there are cattle and orchards. So we horticulture. So there are so many clients that are ready to supply us with seeds, with services. Really, it's mostly off-take agreements that we have been very active in cattle farming. Those who are involved in livestock farming, essentially cattle is corn converted to animal proteins, because the cost of cattle farming is quite high. Milk prices are not keeping high, and then again your sales prices are not catching up with your cost inflation. So from a profitability standpoint, to sell beef domestically is not a lucrative line of business. Exporting beef, however, is potentially quite a area in which to develop. And in terms of, and then again, cattle farms require a lot of labor, and to keep those people employed by promoting cattle farming, this is a way of keeping rural populations employed. So in terms of opening up new markets for Ukrainian beef, for instance, the government should really support this very strongly, because there are three things that prerequisites in the hands of the government. So Ukraine should do something about the government. The Ukraine should do something about certification, standardization, R&D and the vet service that has been disbanded, and this has caused so many problems. And this is why we keep getting visits from the European Commission. So we've done some market surveys of the EU market in particular. Eastern Europe, it is undersupplied, which offers an opportunity to Ukrainian cattle farmers. So it could be so much more than just keeping up the local population. In apples, for instance, Poland has always been a major exporter. When 3 or 4 years ago, when Europe bought Ukrainian apples, and we sell apples into the European Union. So just to summarize, in terms of technology, Ukrainian companies rank quite high. We use high quality inputs, which makes us competitive, even highly competitive, vis-a-vis our European peers, because we possess a compelling cost advantage. Another advantage that we keep advertising during conferences so that we can grow organic food and bioproducts. So it's something like there's a ban on GMOs, and we grow non-GMO soybeans, which is highly demanded by customers in Europe. So non-GMO soybeans. Simply because Europe has been trying to protect its market from GMO soybeans coming in from Latin America. So Ukraine has quite an advantage, and we know that several donor institutions have been training up Ukrainian farmers on how to grow non-GMO soybeans, and this seminar comes as part of this sort of training exercise to encourage and offer Ukrainian farmers opportunities of learning more about the EU market. But then again, it's not only that the European Union is the only one that is protective of its own market, so is Ukraine. And then there's also work to be done about this too. Now, why don't we now discuss certain specific issues as regards trading with Europe. Most of the speakers said they'd had at least some experience in trading with the European Union. Will you speak to that, to the kind of partners that, what kind of tips you could give farmers or companies that haven't traded with Europe? Let me first hand over to Oleg Miroshnichenko just to set the scene, and then over to the other panelists to give their tips. So what we need to really aspire towards is good to, if you write a professional letter to your partner, but then again, nothing is as good as personal community, to find ways in which to engage with people in person. There are so many friendship, business clubs, Poland, Ukraine, France. For you to get to know these people, you will not necessarily meet somebody specifically from the sector that you're interested in, but people who know people could give you useful tips. Another powerful platform is trade fairs. If you prepare for them, and if you take part in a trade fair, for instance in Germany, they have, actually the organizers will give you a lot. If you can just proactively take a look at the list of attendees and just identify those that you want to meet, and then sort of hunt for them during the trade fair and get in touch. So in terms of all these instruments that you just mentioned, I've just returned from a trade fair in the UAE. In terms of some of the practical tips and some of the instruments that we've used successfully in dealing with both large and medium-sized partners. A trade fair is a trade fair, but you need to set up your own stand. You make, this is something in which you could cooperate with other companies to set up a larger stand, and it's good. But the best format is when visitors come and visit your stand and take a look at your catalogs and see your samples. And the most recent, this one that we attended in the UAE, so we had 500. This was a 2-day trade fair. Just walking around, talking to people. Okay, how many people can you cover a day? 20, 30? But it's always good to rent space, and if you can't afford it, then pool your budgets with other companies and share, and do not be afraid of working directly in terms of approaching your potential target customers directly. Why not contact those people responsible for their purchasing functions, for instance? And what you will find in the market, there are so many companies basically do not have integrity. Under the disguise of representing celebrated European or American, just they can use those names just to make you believe that they are associated with these companies while they are not. So anyone offering to put you in contact with a big brand, follow up on this. Do your due diligence. Approach the trade missions of the foreign embassies. So we also cooperate with the International Chamber of Commerce, and if you have an inquiry, if you want to double check on a potential partner, just to make sure it's a bona fide partner. And there are so many advisory companies and consultancies that will do this for you, just to collect intel potential partner in terms of how long they've been around, what their track record is. So if you have suspicions, you can also agency such a consultancy, because there's quite a lot of fraud in the market, unfortunately. So these are just some tips that we hope will help you. Sergey, Igor, and have you got anything to say on your experience in terms of finding and engaging with partners? What I would like to add, just to share our experience. Basically, back in the 1990s, but there was still this sort of lack of IT technologies. What we did, and I agree with my colleague, Mr. Miroshnichenko, that personal contact is key to succeeding in closing a deal. So what we did, we just hit the road. We drove to Poland, to other countries. We visited the plants, the factories of our potential clients, and that was how we got to know them. We don't have to do it now, not anymore. It is indeed trade fairs do add value, but there are so many companies that can't afford to take part in a trade fair. You should avail yourselves of what the IT sector has to offer, in the sense that you, without being able to travel in person, just to make this personal contact, what you could do: set up a website, invest money in a good website, and you can reach out to your potential clients, and your potential client will also double check on you how long your site has been out there. If this is a website offered yesterday and you're offering to sell 20,000 tons of grain, this could give rise to suspicions. But if you've been around for 10 years and your website has been around for 10 years and this is your face, that people will look at prima facie, and this is, and you will. If you want to buy a brand, for instance, if you want to buy a Samsung TV set, well, you go online and you read forums, and then the same applies to your business. If somebody doesn't know you, they will do their fact finding. So you need to demonstrate that you are potentially trustworthy, and this you should. It's difficult to do, but you should get this information across using the instruments of information technologies. Thank you. If we could briefly touch upon certification and standardization and meeting European standards for goods and services, how lengthy is this process, and what is the payback period on working to obtain all those certificates? Speaking of certificates, there are two main categories. One is what is required by law, and B, voluntary standards. If you want to sell electric kettles, to do it legally, you've got to obtain a CE label. So you've got to be certified by the relevant European authority. But if you walk into a supermarket, please sell my kettle, they can say, yes, it's okay, it's good, but this is not enough. You've got to get certified to several volunteer certificates. You're not required by law to obtain the certificates, but this is the entry level. The CE labeling mostly applies to industrial goods. So this guide that I advertised, there is a database, a public database of the European Union, which you can look up to determine whether or not your product is to be labeled. So there are a number of standards that you've got to explore that in terms of whether such directives apply to you and what the standards are that apply to you. So there are so many consultancies that would be happy to advise you on that. But in Ukraine, I'm only aware of one consultancy, Ukr-Test. It's either you take your product there to the European Union and pay money there to get it tested, and you'll be issued with a conformity certificate.
enabling you, authorizing you to affix the CE label to your product. Or else you apply to UK test, they test, and then you share those testing results with the relevant European authority, on the basis of which they will issue you with a certificate. I don't know how it actually works in the area of foodstuffs. Okay, if we could just continue on the subject of industrial goods. I understand that you've been around, you among the first of those, among the panelists to resolve this challenge. In terms of certification, as has been said here today, there is mandatory certification. And in our case, these are certificates for electric safety. I don't think that you will find consultancies that will help you obtain the certificate. You should apply to companies in Europe. In the US, it's basically it's a different set of certificates. There is also a third category that they issue in Mexico and Brazil. The rules are pretty much the same, but first what you need to get certified is your product. If, for instance, if you want to sell some sort of cabinet or wardrobe or something, then you get this particular make or model certified. Then you send this sample to the certification center in Frankfurt, and they issue you with the certificate. This is product certification there. Another type of certification is certification of production. This is not an ISO certificate. This is, but it's quite difficult. They will audit everything. Your washrooms and all your business processes, your operations, your standards. It's a full-blown certification program. And in terms of what we keep running into is certain sectoral certification requirements. In our industry, it's only in the UK that certain associations, consumer associations, that will require you to get certified to another standard. In the US and Canada, it's quite a headache. Since the 1930s, following all this big fight with monopolies, the US has now got associations for everything and for everyone. In the furniture industry, it's producers, distributors, they all have associations. And they often unite in requirements, not only in the area of certification, or they may end up setting up joint purchasing companies that buy for the entire association. We operate in the B2B segment. We partner with multinationals. So this mandatory CE certification is a starting point. But if you want to do business with PepsiCo or Coca-Cola, PepsiCo will give you the details of a lab in England to which you will be required to send your samples to be tested. And it's pretty much the same modus operandi among all multinationals. Heineken, Carlsberg, the big beer makers. Certification is... It's not something you can outsource successfully to a Ukrainian agent or representative. This is something that you need to roll up your sleeves and take care of on your own. So but then again, maybe very early on, when designing a product, why not basically account for that? This is what what we do actually, and in terms of requirements, if we want to do something for Mexico, for instance, there's one set. In the US, it's a different electromagnetic compatibility standards and safety standards, and you've got to basically consider all this while designing your product. As I already mentioned, market surveys add a lot of value, and if you are hiring somebody to do it for you, then you could express this as an item of your terms of reference. I want to know what certificates apply. Also, if you identify retail chains as your primary channel, why not get people in your target country? Why not get somebody to go around supermarkets and take a look at the shelves and take pictures and everything? Also, some major retail chains, such as Tesco, they have their own procurement policies, which are normally available on their websites, in terms of the kinds of certificates that you'd have to present if you wanted to bid for contracts. As far as agriculture goes and agricultural products, what are the certification requirements? Well, it depends on what it is you're selling. Because we trade in commodities, it's all pretty standard and not very onerous. And speaking of canola or wheat or barley and starch, I would assume it is so much more difficult. Is this barrier kind of felt that Ukraine is mostly looked at as a supplier of basic agricultural commodities with little value added? This is something that is it is our call. So those subsectors that had a potential for basically for growing value-added activities, it's rapeseeds or canola. Not so long ago, we would only sell it as seeds, but now we've since built processing facilities to process this into value-added products. What I would also like to add is that higher requirements apply to products for human consumption. So that's why more stringent standards apply to these products, even if we are exporting products for the bakery industry in Europe. So even if on the Ukrainian end there are independent certificates available, all the same, once in Europe it gets rechecked, and it's only if the products delivered meet the specifications that the buyer will pay for those products. So it's this is what we have to put up with. Just as I mentioned in my previous talk, when speaking about non-GMO products, we've started the process of getting certified to supply non-GMO soybeans, and we will have our entire supply chain certified from the field to the processing facility, and this is quite a lengthy process. We've also had a land certified to be eligible to claim that we are an organic producer. But then again, in our case, if we want to skim the market to sell premium products, so we'll definitely have to complete this. This may take time. It's not always very clear, as my colleague mentioned when while preparing to export grain to a nation market, and when visiting our grain elevators, they saw so many birds flying overhead, and then somebody walks in and says that they've had problems with their intestines. So it's like they ask these questions when inspecting us. So many tiny details are so important. So this is something that needs to be done. Segments are out there. They're quite attractive and quite large in terms of size. Yes, you invest first, and then you get more benefits. Okay, if apples covered in paraffin is something that we can see on the supermarket shelves, is this allowed by certification? This is not what we call it. But can we eat those apples? Yes, but you should wash your apples well. The Ministry of Agrarian Policy, they compared those apples covered with paraffin, that it wouldn't spoil. Yeah, it will at some point. It's like, you know, Lenin in his mausoleum, covered in this thin film of paraffin. It will not die, will not spoil. So it's just it's a preservative actually. But we do not cover our apples with paraffin, so it's not something that we do. But when I asked this question during this experiment, they said, well, if you wash it well, you can eat it. Yeah. It's my mom. She was super actively compliant 30 years ago when she always asked me, have you washed your apples well? It was 30 years ago. Why don't we now move on to identifying niches that offer growth opportunities. Let me close off on the previous issue in terms of investing into value-added products, and why Ukraine does not produce many such products, and we're all to blame for this, just not to exaggerate, but Ukrainian producers of processors. So if a farm employs 5 people, then we earn money and we go out and buy a new Lexus, instead of using your earnings to improve your labor productivity or to improve your quality. If we are to become a member of the European family, we must learn to play by their rules. We must learn to adapt. And Europe is really viciously competitive. It's competitors fighting tooth and nail for each and every client. And competitive advantage is key. And in our case, we do networking, we have parties, we get buddy-buddy with people that we eventually sell to. But it's really important that arming yourself with more certificates, this is a guarantee expressed on paper, something to put in front of your buyer as an ace up your sleeve, as something you can always use, and you will get the upper hand. This is another investment. Investing in certificates is similar to investing in new equipment. It's just that there are so many certification outfits out in the market, and it's so difficult to find your way through, and what you need, what you don't need, it's difficult to figure out. In terms of mandatory versus voluntary certifications, Europe has this export help desk you can Google it and you can enter your product code, and you will be able to find all the requirements that apply if you want to sell to Europe, and it's kept up to date almost on a daily basis. And in particular, in relation to those industries where you have to sell within a certain quota space, you can get an update on the degree of basically how much quota space still remains. In terms of the European market, in terms of niches being occupied and then being released, how to get ahead of competition in terms of anticipating the kinds of products to produce, and let me begin by handing it over to Oleg. So there is no one-size-fits-all. It's just that it's to have a good market survey to project this evolution of consumer preferences and tastes and everything. It's important to stay current, to be a member of professional associations and the union, such research, and also there is also the CBI. It's part of the Foreign Office of the Netherlands. Their business is to encourage imports into the European Union. They are, in fact, an import facilitation office, training up.
Олег, давайте заканчивайте українською, не проблема. Вони викладають інформацію по тому, як розвиваються смаки, тенденції.
So basically their business is to collect consumer preferences and tastes and how they evolve in Europe, to help vendors who export their products into the European Union. If you have any practical tips on in the area of foodstuffs, over the past 20 years, a big driver of change has been the United States. This is where it all started. This natural foods and organic foods. Now there's a New Deal, something. This is something that doesn't arrive here any sooner than in 10 years' time. And if you travel to the US, you will find grocery stores selling only organic foods, and there are mounds and mounds of organic foodstuffs, but their life shelf is very short. Now, it's all up and running. Well, it has caught up in Europe. It is about only to start catching up in Ukraine. Just walk the aisles of a supermarket. If you're a milk producer, just visit a supermarket. Take a look at what's on the shelf, and take my word for it. You will see it in 10 years' time, 5-10 years' time, on the shelves of supermarkets of Ukraine. Well, in terms of this evolution, it's not that. Now there is this. Whether GMOs are on the way out. Well, GMOs is something that still has a market, but now all these methods that to be really organic, you shouldn't apply any chemicals for 5 years to qualify before this land can be used. And if you start sowing, but then even if you use any chemicals, but fertilizers, they would better all be organic. Do you often change your product range in terms of your starch comes in capsules and paper bags? What does it come in? So the retail market is only 3% of sales. The rest is B2B, big bags, selling to industrial consumers, to meat packers, to whoever uses starch. In terms of trends, while we are on the subject, then again, there's a lot you can do by Googling things. Each got this a search engine by keywords that you can filter by date, by relevance. And if we are in the food industry, so why people use those search engines? They search for certain products. Maybe there's one that doesn't exist. Our objective is to basically look at the statistics of what people search for in our area, and then cater for that. But it's Svarog, you've got such a wide range of lines of business. So will you be divesting anything? Just it's not one example. So wheat is a very important crop, soft wheat. We know that winter wheat is better than spring wheat, but it's everybody farms wheat. At some point, we were offered to use seeds for spelta, if it rings a bell. It's low gluten variety of wheat, very popular in Europe. And we met with our seed partners, and we are now trying out this new variety of wheat. And many partners got excited and said, "This is in vogue now. This is something very popular in Europe. With all this craze about eating healthy in Europe, and you know that these low gluten wheat varieties can be eaten by people allergic to gluten, and in terms of it commands a so much higher price. It's not in terms of yield. It's not as good as commodity wheat. So we sow. Basically, we planted quite a large plantation of this spalta, and we've got interest and orders from European buyers. A market has yet to form in Ukraine, as not many people know about it, but it's an old variety. It's not something new. It's been slightly tweaked, modified in the good sense of the word, to improve yield performance. But this is a variety that our grandfathers used to eat, and this is coming in fashion in Europe. It's not. We're not looking at Ukraine as a market. There is acceptance in Europe, but at some point this dietary evolution will take place as we aspire towards European lifestyles. And this is an example of a niche market. As for instance, when growing flax, if we grow flax, if you don't clean it properly, then it is used as a feedstuff. It's because it is oily, and it increases the fat content of your fodder. But if you clean it to 99%, then you can sell to bakeries or to pharmaceuticals and command a so much higher price. So you see, one single crop can be marketed in a variety of ways, and then you decide what cleaning and processes and treatments to apply. So each crop has a niche or several niches depending on how you intend to market it. We've got something like 10 minutes left. So any questions to our speakers? We will pass a mic around for you to ask questions. And then Our speakers will linger on, so we'll have during the coffee break, we'll have a chance to talk to them.
Good afternoon. My name is Benno Grimberg. I'm from Holland, and I'm from the EU market. But I also know that this EU market consists of 28 different countries. And I think you all have, you are making yourself ready for Europe. It's pretty clear. You have a lot of experience, you share experiences, but you have to start with exporting to one of these countries and to be ready to one of these countries. And then you choose one country to start with. And you are finding out how to do business with Germany, or maybe with Holland, or with France. And I would like to know how you choose the country to start with. And then to learn how to do business with one of these countries. Because the EU market doesn't exist. It's about the free trade agreement with Europe, with 28 different countries, with 500 million people. But then you have to develop your marketing strategy for each of them. And if you talk about Germany, there is not one German sales strategy. Doing business in the northern part of Germany is completely different from doing business in the southern part of Germany. If you go to Belgium, there is a Dutch-speaking part where I feel comfortable as a Dutch-speaking guy. There's a French part of Belgium. So how do you handle this kind of extra challenges to be ready to export to individual European countries?
Whose answer would you like to hear?
All the people have a lot of experience.
Okay.
Yeah, so all of them.
Thank you. Европейский рынок состоит из 28 компаний, и я надеюсь, вы все поняли, да? Как вы выбираете страну и регион этой страны, с которого вы начинаете? Давайте.
Of course, the country of our choice is based on our choice of partner that is expecting us in this country with certain products in certain quality. Another aspect that we take into account is logistics, because a major part in the competitive advantage on the European market is played by logistical arrangement. So the first aspect is your partner, and the second one is logistics. There are certain regions in Europe where it is beneficial to export, and there are regions which are too distant or too logistically complicated to export, therefore the product becomes too expensive, so logistics plays a major part. Any other comments?
For us, I would like to say that it's also two key features. The first of all, it's as was said, it's logistics. Yes. Just imagine, I will show you just one simple example. The transport costs from Chernihiv, where is our factory situated, to Odessa port, costs about $1,300 US. The other costs from Odessa to Chinese port, for example, let it be Shanghai, costs $. So 600 kilometers on land costs more than 8,000 kilometers on sea. So this is the first beneficial key. The second one is, of course, competitiveness. If we will export our product like potato starch to Germany, for example, Germany is a country where it's a heart of starch industry of the world. So there is no any reason for us to sell there. And also logistics is also very important. It's very good that we have open quota for exporting now to European Union and Poland as the nearest country. We see on it and see the most benefits for export to this country. It also can be Lithuania, Latvia and other countries, but the nearest to us. So this is our...
Спасибо.
Thank you. You have a question, apparently. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank you very much, and I would like to ask you about your plans for the year 2015. What is your strategy, sales strategy aiming at, and how the European market shall perceive your companies? Before answering your question, I would like to thank Deputy Minister of Agrarian Policy for attending this event. So I noticed you just because you had a question. Sorry about that. My answer, probably I will say what you're expecting me to say. We shall increase the yields and we shall enhance our quality of growth. And to my greatest surprise, our local producers are overtaking the initiative from the exporters, because we have reduced our export, because next to us we saw a new rapeseed processing plant being opened, and they took over, they bought all our sunflower seeds, and we were excited about the fact that we don't need to bring it anywhere, just 10 kilometers from our production site. And the final summary, what do you recommend our companies to enter European markets, the EU market in particular, or you will do it yourself? What are your recommendations to all the participants? May I start? The final goal of every producer, of every business, is to generate income, and this is actually this is a factor for all the shareholders, for all the stockholders, because they perceive it in terms of certain revenues, and you have to pay taxes, and the key issue for your business is to gain some revenues, but sometimes it's more beneficial to sell your products in Ukraine when there is a deficit in raw commodities, because in the e-market sometimes the Ukrainian, for example, factories provided higher prices than the EU producers, because the market, there was a deficit in the Ukrainian market. But of course we're interested in obtaining hard currency, because we are very much related to the prices in euros and dollars, and of course it's the destination, the utmost destination is the EU, because it was our actually initial destination, and the Ministry of Agrarian Policy facilitates to enhancing the environment for export and for marketing our products abroad. And of course markets that are forthcoming will be very, very potentially interesting for us. So, to crown the day, well, I will say 3 times yes to a question. Yes, we are going to export. Yes, we are going to export our products, and yes, we are going to export them, because first of all, you have to show that you are independent from the market, independent from the market that has actually closed their doors for us. I mean, the Russian market. Show them that we have an alternative, and every one of you has imported goods or components or some things produced abroad, and our objective at present is, given the fact that we buy things that have no similar products in Ukraine, and we need, given that fact, we need to return high quality products in order to receive added value, then the balance of payments in the country will be equal, and then we will receive high quality products, and then we will not be a supplier of raw materials, as many would think. I would say that in spite of the numerous incentives that we have heard today, you would think it's too complicated. For certain companies, it will just hit the actually it will hit it on the head because you need to restructure your company, and for those having already taken the decision, be open-minded, be open for new solutions and new potential possibilities, and remember that the context with the foreign partners, the B2B context that you establish every day can tomorrow be certain business interaction, and let your brain process these business ideas, and some time will come when you will say, okay, I have exhausted the internal market potential, and this internal market has dropped enough for me to jump out in the other markets, and therefore such intellectual work is no less important than the subsequent financial investments. My name is Tetiana Vasilkivska, the Beekeepers Association of Ukraine. I would like to thank the experts for having shared their experience about the market entry, and in particular in terms of standardization and certification, because there are a lot of companies in the Ukrainian market providing these standardization and certification services, and the market players are not aware of the need, why actually it's necessary. And this also refers to organic farming products, because you cannot combine biologically clean products, these eco products, with some other production activities in agricultural terms. And in my opinion, I think that it's necessary to somehow make a transition to a higher added value products, and to higher added value products. We need to apply these standards. We need to develop the processing facilities. We need to sell products to the EU or to the other developed markets. We need to sell products with higher added value, because the products that we supply to the EU, though we have increased the export deliveries, but going abroad, and I have visited almost every country of the world, I haven't seen any products manufactured and packaged in Ukraine, probably with some other labeling, but a Ukrainian product. And this is an incentive for Ukrainian producers, if we can attract investment to Ukraine to process the products and to share these products both with our consumers and for the EU and with the EU consumers. Thank you very much. Thank you, our dear guests, for having listened to us for this half an hour. Thank you, dear speakers, for your contributions. And see you again. I hope to see you tomorrow. And the coffee break is waiting outside. Before we actually start the roundtable between the ministry and the associations, we shall have a coffee break outside, and please get back at 4:30.
Шановні колеги, всіх запрошуємо до залу.
Dear colleagues, please come back to the assembly hall.
Уважаемые коллеги, всех просим...
Dear colleagues, we are resuming our work. Dear colleagues, I would like to invite all the participants back to the assembly hall, and we start our fourth panel discussion, being a round table with Vladislava Rutitska as a moderator and our respected colleagues from the Agricultural Producers Associations. Mrs. Deputy Minister, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, it's my greatest luck and pleasure both to open and to finalize, to crown our first day. And for all those participating in this event, I would like to start interaction with the business associations, in particular agricultural producers associations. And we have heard the experience of business, and now we want to of the associations about the outcomes of 2014 and the perspective of 2015. You have heard during the day the objectives that Ukrainian producers face and the ways to implement them. And therefore, I'm very proud that together with our associations, we have the opportunity to cooperate and to elaborate ways to attain these goals. And I would like to introduce Mr. Andriy Dekun, ex-deputy minister and leader of major agricultural associations, and we cooperate very closely. And I would also like to introduce Mr. Serhiy Sipko from Agri&Fusion company, and also he's going to share his experience and outcomes in 2014, and also they were conducted in this year. And the experience with quotas of the EU, and also Sergei Karpenko shall contribute to our discussion. He's the head of the poultry union producers in Ukraine, poultry producers union in Ukraine. And I would also like to introduce Mr. Mykola Yarchuk, embodying the sugar branch and being the head of Cukor Professional Association of Sugar Producers. And I would like to also introduce Mr. Stepan Kapshuk, being the head of Ukr Oliya from the Professional Association of Oil Producers in Ukraine. And also another participant of our panel discussion is Leonid Virit. He is coming, and he's the head of Beekeepers Association of Ukraine. And also Alexander Zhemoida shall represent the Ukrainian Agribusiness Club, being a union of many Ukrainian agricultural companies working in absolutely various subsectors of agricultural production. And we also have our greenhouse participant, Mr. Yevgen Chernyshenko. He's representing the Greenhouses Association of Ukraine, and that will be all. And the key goal in 2014 was the focus on the companies and sectors of agriculture that were the first to fulfill the quotas. And the task posed to associations and businesses was how to make it more efficient, how to enhance the quotas. And there were quite practical issues, for example, with the euro numbers and other aspects to catch up with. And I would like to ask every member of this roundtable, of this panel, to dwell on their association, on their experience and problems they face nowadays. And there are also open quotas that are not being used due to certain reasons, and we need to discuss these reasons and how do we make up for them. And every contribution is valuable, and together with the associations we can elaborate the necessary skills in order to further pave our way in these issues. Who is the bravest one? Start from the most tasty product, for example, tomato ketchup. Agri&Fusion and Serhiy Sipko. Good evening, dear colleagues. I would like to experiences in market entry, in EU market entry. This market is quite structured and transparent and very loyal to the partners. And it's easy to enter this market, and to do that you need to have a product, a desire, and a buyer. It was much spoken about today. It's easy to enter the market because it is structured, and those buying your products are aware of their wishes, and they will bring you the documents on 80 pages, and the documents will outline what they want from you. But the thing that is appropriate to do is to take away the first page and to replace it with the title our on the introduction of the European and best practices, and send it to your subordinates for implementation. Essentially, the European and both the European and the Asian markets are valuable for us, but the European market is more transparent and understandable, and market entry is just half of the objective. We have faced graver problems in Ukraine. The first one that we tackle here is the refund, the VAT refund. We can sell it, but the untimely repayment of VAT and the equilibrium that you need to reach in order to get it returned, and the customs declaration that you have to show, but it's not enough for VAT refund. After the new team has replaced the old one in the tax service, it inspires some, hopes. And I like the fact that the Ministry of Agriculture is essentially not talking about the yield and fertilizers. This is a technological issue, and the yield and the marginal value and the margin on the product is not the matter of discussion at the level of the ministry, but the standards, the requirements are so entangled, and actually what you are now doing is quite right, and this is enough. So the situation with VAT is a bit improving, but the next problem to come was currency fluctuation, and the forex problems are because your clients are paying you in hryvnia. These problems may arise, and this document that your client might give you will require the quality of equipment that should be also documentally proved, which is required in order to prove that your product is not only tasty, but also safe. And here you're going to tackle the problem when your production facilities shall require new equipment or machinery. It's abundant in Europe, all over Europe, and it's, beautiful and can be bought at every corner, but you need hard currency to buy it. But according to the law, you need to sell 70% of your currency revenue, foreign currency revenues, and it seems that you are free to buy more currency, but it's not available, and the creditors are extending money to Ukraine, but the producers are nervous because they can't buy currency in order to buy equipment or something, or components or whatever. And I think that this process and procedures shall be implemented in the national bank and in the country, and then benefit from cooperation with the European Union. That's my point. Sergey, questions in terms of quotas. How fast in 2015 have these quotas been used? We tackled the issue of quotas when Valery Pyatnitsky was still in his office, and he is a very educated man and one of the best in this in terms of quotas. And we came to his office at the ministry. He was Deputy Minister of Economy, and in certain issues we asked him to take certain steps. He had quite a competent team, and they took all the papers they needed, and then they started the negotiation process. And if I'm not mistaken, it took them 3 years to receive the permissions, and they had 18 meetings where these quotas were discussed. And actually, in my opinion, this is how it happens. Mr. Petnitsky comes to the EU. He proposes that he supplies in this, and then he takes, for example, fish from Norway in this quantity. But I think it happens in this way. And in the end of 2013, we received quotas and started to fulfill them. Because it's seasonal type of production, we're selling the ketchup from the last year, and we're going to sell the one in the next year. And so the season starts from 2014, and we started selling in September and in November our stock. And prior to that, we had to provide certificational evidence and provide compliance with requirements according to HASP and management systems. And all the food producers are aware of that requirements, and there's a code experimentaries, and we can easily access these requirements. It's quite clear and concise, and we have exhausted the quotas, and now we are trying to approach Vlada to enhance these quotas, to increase these quotas, to ask for increasing these quotas, and we're ready to supply every document for that. Of course, it's a competitive market, and it's quite a rigid market, and no one is willing to actually welcome competitors in this market. But the European Union, according to my statistics, has sold 1,300,000 tons of ketchup or tomato paste, and we can supply the same quantity, and they're afraid that the market can fall. And I'm not sure about the procedures that are in place today. Prior to that, it was the Ministry of Economy. Well, we cooperate in this respect. We elaborate a joint package. Well, I think the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Agrarian Policy is the responsible body for this policy, for this politics. And well, we need to go to our branch ministry. We are agricultural producers. We should approach you. Thank you, Sergey. Let's also ask for the opinion of sugar producers. Mr. Yarchuk. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the floor. Our 48 sugar producing plants have worked this year, and we're working until the end of February, and we have processed 15 million tons of raw materials of beet, and we have produced 2 billion tons of sugar. And it's worthwhile mentioning that due to the climate peculiarities and the technological regimes introduced this year in the production of sugar beet and we have the highest yield in recent years. During the 20 years, it's 470 tons of sugar beet per hectare, and this is an increase by 14%, and this is actually compliant with the EU, not compliant, but also compatible with the EU standards. And the question sugar beet branch is the same as in all the other domains. The unstable situation in the energy sector made them to transferred to other types of fuel in order to normalize their financial condition. And our internal market today makes up 1,500,000 tons or 600,000 tons of sugar for the internal consumer, and we produce over 2 million tons, and also byproducts, and in total it's 2.5 million tons of sugar, and we have a gross export potential. And actually export is now the golden rule for sugar producers, because otherwise we will have to reduce the production, and this is also the question of jobs to sugar producer plants, and also big social problems. Therefore, today our key goal is to get through to these external markets for sugar. And we have a quota for 20,000 tons of sugar in the EU, but the problem is that the European Union also has a trend of overproduction of sugar, and they're not very willing to import our sugar because we are competitors. And in the end of the previous year, we sent sugar to Romania and to Latvia and to Poland, 300,000 tons, and in January 2015 and in February as well we have sent 13,900 tons of sugar to European countries and also to some Asian countries. And in other words, if we work intensively on opening external markets, and in particular also besides the European Union, the African countries, the United Arab Emirates and other Asian countries, and China, which is a big potential market, and of course we can enhance this situation, we improve the situation on in the branch, and this will enable us to fully predict and make an outlook on sugar production in the following year. And what prevents us from entering foreign markets is the expensive logistics of transportation of sugar in Ukraine, which significantly increases the cost of sugar on the border. And I've already mentioned that oversaturation, overproduction in the internal market of the European Union is also a problem. And the third problem is not quite adequately adapted technical regulations and technical documents, which can be, you know, a prerequisite to hold back our supplies of sugar to the EU. And we, together with the responsible institute, shall solve this issue in order to export our sugar, because I have to say that Ukrainian sugar is the cheapest among all the countries, all the neighboring countries. Here we have the price of approximately $400 per ton. In Belarus it's 600, in Russia 700, in Moldova 500, and in Europe it's 1,000 euros. And we need to provide a synergy, to ensure a synergy between business and the government, and the issue shall be solved. Thank you, Mykola, and let's give the floor to our oil producers. Stepan Kapshuk, Ukrolia-Prom. Dear friends, I'm grateful for this opportunity to deliver the information about the developments in the oil production branch, and we are one of the few producers that, in spite of this conflict with Russia and declining gross domestic product, we demonstrate nevertheless progress, and we actually have increased our production volume by 31%, and we have demonstrated a growth in export 4,300,000 tons, and we export to 109 countries of the world. And that is actually what is a background to our success. The backbone was created many years ago because we actually strive to process the sunflower seeds in Ukraine. We have increased our production to 11 million tons from 2 million, and we actually have the facilities to process oil products produced in Ukraine, all the oil grains produced in Ukraine. And the achievements of our branch is due to the modernized enterprises and the logistics in 6 ports, because 90% of oil is transported by sea. And the key advantage of this is the natural export inclination to export, and we are in continuous development, and even in quite an unfriendly business climate. We demonstrated even in 2015, we shall demonstrate in July, that we have created a new factory for processing big amounts of oil, and this is a trend, upgrading and modernizing our facilities. What is the trick here? And this is a peculiarity of our oil industry.
Well, in principle, we do not use gas at all. We're the only country that, together with Russia, that basically when shelling the oil gas, we burn it. And we're talking 1,000 cubic meters of gas. So we process 10 million tons of oil gas. Then we end up with 1.7 million tons of chaff that we just burn, and So what is the difficulty? Are the recent cut-offs from electricity. There was even one death at one crushing plant, and we all must appreciate that oil crushing. So we use high. Well, this is explosive potentially, so it's very dangerous. But fortunately now we're past this. But now our number one challenge, because we produce steam, and we can produce power using this steam. And there was one, the Cargill plant at Donetsk, and at Kirovograd there is this co-generator scheme that's running that can produce both heat and power. It is quite capital intensive. A turbine is worth 5 million euros. Just to invest into it is quite sizable investments. To develop, we need to identify alternative energy sources. Because gas, the price is 8,300 at the current rate of exchange. You can do the math in terms of its impact on your cost of production. I've been a member of the association for 15 years. Not a single government, not a single convocation of parliament has raised the issue of abolishing the export duty. They're too greedy about this rapid growth. This is an equivalent 25 million tons of grain. But we've got 50,000 people working in this industry, and this is value-added production, contributing to social funds, and all this could be done away with, because certainly some people want to export oil seeds too. We account on a marketing year basis, and we designed, basically we produced 4.3 million tons, and this This is because of the contraction in the production of sunflower seeds. And basically, farmers should not be encouraged to plant sunflower seeds. It's proven to be the most lucrative crop. It is our saving grace. It's just that even we have to restrict sales. So the prices, with prices of 8 to 9,000 hryvnias per ton, okay, with the deval and everything, and so you sell 100 tons, you get almost 1 million hryvnias in value. So when I'm asked, so how many, what is the acreage? Okay, 5 million hectares will be enough to sow sunflower seeds. And then again, it's not those provinces in central Ukraine. No, it's even up north in Chernihiv and in some of the other northern provinces. And this year's yield, there's very rapid expansion of soybeans, 3.8, little under 4 million tons to be produced. We produce about a little over 1 million tons, and the rest we export. And we essentially, what is increased consumption of soybean meal on the part of the poultry industry. And unfortunately, we have yet to develop our feed milling industry to the right standard. China produces 900 million tons of feed. Ukraine produces only 7, while we have a potential to produce at least 20. So we can produce those oil-rich meal. And this cattle farming is going to promote soybean meal production. And in terms of what the association is about. So we are like a fire brigade. Sometimes I'm asked the question by producers, how do we start exporting into Europe? You just go online, you get access to the directives and technical regulations that apply in Europe. This is A. You've got to know what you're dealing with. What to start with? You should start with implementing HESOP. Not on paper, but you've got to basically work through the whole set of HESOP standards, and just not only to control the critical control points, but also to manage the technological processes that HESOP could flag as problem areas. In terms of technology, you've got to re-equip your production and get it certified, and your measurement methods shouldn't have an error range of more than 0.5%. And then if you want to meet European standards, like Europe wants benzoperine, and it's the only, this was required, this test, we even, as part of a testing, not only the content of this chemical, but the number one problem is India. India buys, well, not a problem, but a target market is India, and the Chinese market. And we're getting a lot of help from our vet service, and we will, it's not only oil, but also our sunflower cake and soybean meal. And in order to develop, we need to manage and organize things right. Walking the walk rather than talking the talk. And then we need to pull all this relevant information, and then we shouldn't be afraid of competition. Competition is the locomotive of progress. And we've proved we're the world's best. In terms of sunflower oil, we claim 60% of global exports, but it's 40 to 60% of it comes in value added in processed products, being oil. So we need to retain the export duty on sunflower seeds, just to pave the way forward for the industry. So much from me. If you have any questions. Thank you. Just transition, we sort of reached the equator, and so those businesses that work with associations that have quotas open. So, but there's quite a lot that's been done. A lot of groundwork has been done to. Let me hand over to Mr. Henry de Koon. We will now talk about milk production. Good afternoon. Just to give you some basic facts about our Milk Producers Association, we uniting 37% of the of the total number of producers, and also 40% of the pig farming market. So the association is fully sustainable. So we've got 200 people working for both associations. So we've got our own capacity and feed and everything. So these are quite strong associations, but it's not all about production. It's about sales. It's about markets. In the dairy industry, we produce 5 million tons, and a large chunk of it was exported to Russia, and now it's not there anymore, and it's good. Why it is good? Because we've grown so accustomed and with selling cheeses at the highest possible margin, and Ukrainian cheesemakers making a lot of money. But now, if we look at our dairy farms and pig farming complexes, some of the best on this continent, but in terms of, well, the production side may be good, but the quality is not something that will meet world standards. It's something we can write a book on this, because now we've got partners in Transnistria, and milk then is trucked to Crimea, and then in the breakaway republics, one dairy farm in Lugansk, one in Donetsk. So when it's over, we'll probably write a book on how we kept these regions supplied. But the industry still continues. It stays afloat, and even though we've got even though Crimea was annexed, but that was the largest growth rate last year, 10%. For the first time, we produced 100,000 tons of butter. We achieved in excess of 5,000 liters per cow per year, the first time in yield. And we may overconsume feed, but the feed that you produce with sunflower cake or soybean meal, you can easily sell this in the foreign markets, and the prices are lower than what you can get when selling to Belarus and other. But it's all linked to hard currency. In milk, a year ago, the price was 5 hryvnias per liter, at a rate of 8 hryvnias for the dollar. Now, it's still 5 hryvnias per liter. So I will save us the trouble of telling you those difficult stories about financing and everything. Our position is very simple. Now, we are profiling our farms to encouraging them to save costs. It's not about growth; it's about survival. We will be setting up Ukraine's first cooperative for milk producers to get together and start processing milk. We are talking to our peers among the world's largest cooperatives. So it's a crisis. In times of crisis, any crisis offers opportunities. So something that we planned for the next decade, we now wish to achieve over the next 2 years. Only the strong will survive. Only the efficient will survive. what doesn't kill us makes us stronger at the end of the day. So the European market does appeal to us. It is the most attractive market in the world. Well, it's not. Yes, we know all this story about the quotas and everything, and all the barriers. And in the dairy industry, we had to rush a number of laws through Parliament signed by the President for food safety. There are something like 40 internal policies basically that we need to pass, and so we are moving. We are making progress. To be done on the legislative front, and Europe is not only just a market in itself, but it is a hallmark of quality. If there's acceptance in Europe, then we can sell everywhere. The Chinese market is very interesting. There is an intergovernmental agreement. There's a range of commodities. But then again, it's just a framework agreement that we can always add to. We can expand to include more and more commodities. So it's just what we need. We need peace. And basically our average size farms are quite more or less stable, not over-leveraged, not posing a high financial risk. So we will weather the storm, we will survive this. But people's mindsets have over the past year, then they didn't care as much about their cost performance. Now, everyone is very careful about their costs. Now, we've implemented technologies with collecting data, processing data, using service, and we've even been hosting delegations from Europe to coming to take a look at our. Now it's so much different. It's different math. So it's not no longer measured by milk yield only. We're looking at how it is going to reflect on our bottom line. And then again, what your return on investment is a question that people now increasingly ask themselves. Maybe my colleague from the vet service is not going to like it, but I will say it anyway. There's also work done, and we were visited by Sanko to audit us, and they issued a preliminary positive opinion, and a lot of credit goes to our vet service. And it's up for reorganization under Resolution 442. We don't know when it's coming, and then we'll have to do it again. So basically, we will have to, our vet, because it's going to be reorganized, it's going to be re-audited by Sanko. And this could kill all we've so far achieved in terms of our efforts to enter the European market. This does not only apply to milk. This applies to hogs. So we were just about to start exporting hogs and half carcasses, but now that the vet service up for reorganization is. But then again, to hand it over to the ministry to start it over again is not something that we welcome as an association. So we did speak out in favor of keeping the vet service, but okay, you know how it goes in this country. Thank you.
I think that we can proceed with our work, and we can transfer to the next topic. And the next speaker is Sergey. The floor is yours. Good evening. Thank you for the invitation and the possibility to participate in this roundtable. I represent the Poultry Union of Ukraine. We are the biggest poultry meat producers in Ukraine, and the poultry branch is the only animal farming branch that has been demonstrating only positive dynamics in the recent 10 years. We have produced 965,000 tons of poultry meat last year, broiler meat last year, and the export amounted to 175,000 tons, and this is exceeding the results of the previous year. And in terms of our plans for the future, we are expecting the production growth of 3 to 4% in poultry meat, and we would like to increase our export to 240 tons. And the path to the European market was quite a long one. It took us 5 years, and the facilitation of our phytosanitary and veterinarian services, and we have to enter this market. And in 2015 we have over 300,000 tons in poultry meat quotas. In particular, the it includes different types of meat, and the European market is quite a specific one, and they actually expect assorted meat, different sorts of meat, and we have been given a quota which is quite big, but in other from the other perspective, 16,000 tons is exactly the amount we have exported this year to the EU. But in terms of frozen products, 20,000 tons, we cannot use it because there is no demand for these products in the European Union. And during the year 2014, we have imported just 11,000 tons of frozen poultry products from other countries. So the quota is 20,000 tons, and we have made 11. And we actually are requesting the extension to extend the quota to all types of products, because there is a demand for other products in the EU and we need to provide for it. And regarding egg production, last year we produced about 20 billion pieces, and the export last year made up it was increased 3 times in comparison to 2013. And we forecast this figure at the level of 1,750 million. And there are certain developments in the branch, so we expect the processing plants which enjoy the quota to the EU 340,000 tons, and it's not very big. They are actually, there is a demand for processed products, and today we have 2 plants having obtained a permission of the European Union for market access. The quota is 340 tons, and last year it was not used because due to subjective reasons, and because it was the first year we had contracts with other countries, and this year we are going to start exporting these products to the EU. And there is an interest in Germany and in Denmark, and the situation is as I described, and we are also posing the question of enhancing these quotas, and because this quota was not used last year, it will be hard to increase it this year. Moreover, the import to EU countries was reduced by 50%, and they increased their processing segment. And they have own production, so the situation is not very favorable. I would like to add also that in terms of production, Ukraine ranks 6th among the EU countries. So the Poland, Great Britain, France, and in egg production we rank, and we provide more than 1 million tons of eggs. And the branch is developing, and poultry meat is also quite a prospective export line, and we expect the quotas to be increased in order for us to be more represented in the European markets. It's the same situation like the dairy branch. We were focused on Russia, and the exports were mostly targeted to Russia, and we were, facilitated, and then they started somehow, holding us back. And this is in Kazakhstan. They're trying to find some barriers in transit, in terms of transit and other questions. And other markets are a priority objective for us at the moment. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sergey. And I would like to give the floor to Alexander Zhimoida from the Ukrainian Agribusiness Club to provide some information on the association comprised of many companies. I would like to ask you to describe the situation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Ukrainian Agribusiness Club Association is comprised of more than 170 companies, both producers, so suppliers of raw materials, and in particular European companies. As an association which is not a specialized one, we strive to ensure the efficiency of our members, and we do our best in order to use the best of our members to extend them to other members and to share these practices. And there was a huge interest on behalf of producers in the European markets, because we are aware that presently export is a very important component, and in the present situation, one of the objectives of a company, because it's the hard currency revenue, and it's a rich market, and the presence there is interested to many of us. For many colleagues, for many producers, the recognition in the EU market is actually the golden ticket to other world-leading markets, and therefore, at the request of our member companies, we conducted seminars, in particular within the framework of the tax instrument and the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, and due to the fact that all the information in the European Union is in the open sources, every regulation requires a profound analysis and explanation. Therefore, we have invited European experts in order to get some insight in this. And we also wanted to draw the attention to the fact that, according to the types of the products, where the Ukrainian products have, the Ukrainian quotas have already been exhausted. Alongside with these products, I would like to say that as soon as we're switching to the product where the added value is formed inside the country, we experience certain complications in terms of processing and quality requirements, and also fulfilling the quotas that were negotiated. And the negotiation procedure was quite complicated and a lengthy one, and all the producers wanted to see them in the association agreement. And according to the results of the first year, we can see the outcomes, and we can see what facilities are available to our agricultural producers. And these outcomes of the first year shall enable us to enhance, to increase these quotas. And I think that the Ukrainian companies will be grateful to the minister for this initiative that can be implemented here. And another aspect that I would like to underline is that the agricultural business as a sector is quite dynamically developing in Ukraine, and we cannot say that we have a decline in the production of volume. And I would like to wish the ministry to be more persistent, more and more persistent, and I would like to ministry that their stance in the overall position of the government, and when speaking about the focus of the government on specific sectors, is that they play a key role, because it's not the last thing that the agricultural ministry supports this industry. Fixed taxes and VAT accumulation and reuse of VAT for development. And these instruments played their role shaping a competitive branch and a quite attractive one in terms of investment. And I think these are the key issues that I wanted to stress upon. And finalizing my actually contribution, I would like to say that we also continue supporting other companies, and we have on our website in terms of market entry. We have conducted the respective conference, and there was a specific section within the framework of the conference of doing business in Ukraine, and Agri-Fusion was one of our speakers. And one of the success stories that every practically agricultural producer can take the example that has already been shown, and it's quite beneficial, and it's a good, success story. Thank you very much, Alexander. And let's get back to our greenhouses. So we shall have some fruits to crown the meal. Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to say that the Greenhouses Association of Ukraine is quite a powerful union, and this is a success story as well. In 1992, we had 1,150 hectares of greenhouses, and at present, it's 300 produced vegetables. And what happened, because last year it also was the case when the prices dropped, and the companies that have managed to upgrade their facilities and use the best practices and the equipment from the Netherlands in particular have managed to conduct the refurbishing of their facilities and reduce the energy consumption, and the energy prices have grown last year again, and they have installed new facilities that reduce the consumption and attained a higher quality that at present, as it was mentioned previously by the other speakers, they have reach the quality which tastes better and which is corresponding to the EU requirements, and actually the energy consumption per unit per 1 kilo of product, in cubic meters of gas per 1 kilo of the ready-made product, and gas is more expensive here than in Europe, so it's quite hard to, propose our products in Ukraine because the energy, different types of energy, both electrical energy and gas and so on and so forth, is sometimes 60 times more expensive than in other countries. The previous year was also experienced abrupt increase in price for energy resources, and we also had certain with our eastern Russian neighbor, and certain producers accounted for 50 to 75% of their exports in the Russian market, and due to the small amounts, the association is producing approximately 147,000 tons, and minus the Crimea, it will be 120,000 tons. It will be a big disaster because we're going to lose what we have reserved up to the present, because the big greenhouse complexes are performing very well, and we have small enterprises in the western part that have to other types of alternative and to coal, and in Oman there is also a good example. But in greenhouses you can't transfer abruptly, because you need to burn gas in order to provide the plants with sufficient amount of carbon. And also there are problems with emissions from burning coal that covers glass of the greenhouses, and if you emit it, so you will increase, if you emit the coal, you will increase your yield. So the quality of Ukrainian tomatoes is entirely compliant with the standards, and the Oman greenhouse facility has the Global Gap certificate. This is a document with which you can approach different markets, and we are elaborating this issue and we want to export. But I want to stress on the fact that we need also to keep in mind our internal consumer, because it's the most reliable, the most loyal customer. Export is also very good, but you need to build terminals and you need to facilitate the retailers in order for them to, support you in the hour of trouble. But we shall make it. I would like to invite also Tatiana Vasilkievska, presiding the Beekeepers Association of Ukraine, and this will be to crown it all. And Tatiana, I would like to say that we would like to thank two countries supporting our greenhouse industry. This is Canada and Israel. We expect financial contribution to support the greenhouses and for supporting our producers. And one other aspect about honey quotas, it's a quota that is exhausted very quickly, and within 15 days of the year we have exhausted it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to inform you about the apiary industry developments. If there are certain questions, we are open for cooperation. And my name is Tatiana Vasilkievska. I'm the head of the board of the Beekeepers Beekeepers Association of Ukraine. Honey actually is well known to any person in the world, and when speaking about honey, we usually say that Ukraine is a honey country, and historically the mentality of a Ukrainian is closely connected to apiaries and to selling honey and wax. And today Ukraine is the first in Europe and one of the top 5 honey producers. This is quite a powerful position. Our NGOs has been representing our keepers at the World Congresses and conferences. We have attained and obtained the highest awards for high quality honey products all over the world at many congresses and branch activities in Australia, in Europe, in Canada, and of course Ukraine can be proud of this product. But presently the public and public organizations, the NGOs, are a bit lacking, synergy for playing at external markets. If we have such a situation that the world produces 1.5 million tons of honey, and Ukraine produces about 75,000 tons of honey. It's quite a significant segment of the world market, and we have quite a powerful scientific and research and development segment. We have about 400,000 beekeepers, about 3 million bee families, and our apiary potential is quite significant. We export in total, and we're talking about EU countries as target countries. It's a good option, but we are free to export to other countries of the world. We're close to the United States, to China, and other countries that are the key world exporters. In 2013, our organization initiated the International Apiary Forum, World Forum, because we are a member of the World Organization, and 115 countries of the world, the main bee product exporters were gathered. It's a huge industrial potential of the branch in the world, and honey is one of the bee products, and we're speaking about honey today, but it's just one product. Of course, it's also we're talking about the wax and other products, and we also can produce other products for export. Talking about honey, but there are also other products. We can actually provide other types of products to the EU countries. We have a huge potential. The 5,000-ton quota for Ukraine is quite a low one. We can also provide royal jelly and other products, but the quota for honey can be enhanced, increased, and we're the favorites of the World Bee Producers Federation, Beekeepers Federation, and of course we are approached to sell bee products and honey to the European Union, and of course the key problem is the quality of products. Why producing 75,000 tons, we're able to sell only 20. The issue of quality is one of the most important ones, and it's controlled by the International Honey Commission, and the European Union is posing very serious requirements. Germany, Poland, and other countries actually very seriously regulate the requirements to this product, and we want to ask our Deputy Minister to somehow boost our export potential. We need the quality laboratory of this product in order for them to be oriented on this product, and without the state support we cannot solve this issue, because every trader, every exporter today within their competence creates such a laboratory, and in one way or the other we have to approach the public laboratory a certificate in order to sell our product, and this is inefficient, and this is not beneficial for our competitive advantage. And I'm proud that the organization that I represent has proved that in 10 years we are well known all over the world, and we can provide a portfolio of orders from the European Union, and they require high quality product. And if we speak about the world markets, we can easily trade even with Japan. For example, royal jelly to Japan is supplied to Japan from Vietnam and other neighboring countries. We have a bigger resource base to supply, and this is one of the reserves for export, and this is a very competitive position and added value product, and that's a product that can deliver certain amounts of money to the state, and our apiaries can benefit from that. Say about the quality of products that is a bit behind. We have a 50-50 situation today. First of all, the beekeepers often use their practices and technologies and not always using the veterinarian products that can be admitted. They should enhance their qualification, but actually the bees cannot be controlled because they also can gather honey where pesticides are used, and this also is not beneficial for the quality. So the European Union is gathering this, taking over our high quality products, and we actually eat the products with the quality that is much lower, and this is not very good. And if the state can support us in that, and if we have good contacts in terms of quality control for our products, and if it's controlled on the state level and there is corresponding legislation, I think that this success will be bilateral, and we have a huge potential for apiary. And today people are losing their jobs. A number of companies are closed, but creating an apiary is very easy. We can support you in that, and this is a branch that has a potential for enhancement, but certain internal regulations should be introduced. And I would like to ask Mrs. Deputy Minister and Mr. Minister to facilitate us in that, these internal issues. And this is not the audience to, dwell on antibiotics used, and also one of the aspects of our production. We also contribute to the yields because actually our bees also contribute to the higher efficiency of your crops. Well, I will not take your time with this highly professional issue. But in order to crown our discussion, I would like to assure you that the beekeepers will make every effort to provide our clients with a highly efficient and products and high quality products. If we sell honey with added value, we can promote our brands, we can receive taxes, and we can fill our budget, because actually our products become Dutch and French and so on and so forth. But this is our actually. Thank you. Just in continuation of our beekeepers, and Albert Einstein said that if there were no bees, the people would have to live for 3 years only. So the agrarian specialists know that rape, for example, is not beneficial for bees, and the bees do not contribute to the production of sunflower seed, and therefore the sunflower oil industry suffers. So it should be, you know, a cohesion. And besides, I would like to say that, of course, this issue is also related to certification and quotas, and it's quite a demanding work that needs to be done, and it's not easy, it's complicated, and together we're stronger. And I would like to ask Mr. Minister to close our first day. And meanwhile, I would like to thank everyone for being together with me and for staying here till the very end of the conference. I would like to thank everyone for all the associations, all the participants, and their excellencies, ambassadors. I can see, according to your posts and likes and those on Facebook, I can see that the interest is quite high. This is an evidence that has a perspective, and there is an understanding that the current condition of our economy can be boosted by the agricultural sector. And I'm very thankful to our participants and the associations, because probably during many years of our cooperation, we have we have elaborated direct communication with every business and associations. And thank you, the representatives of business, for having a vision of us not only like a ministry but also like a platform for the business, protecting your interests, different branches of business, and being, you know, an intermediary and taking a very, you know, balanced approach to different aspects. And life is quite complicated, and what you have seen in the east of Ukraine and the overall economic situation is also playing its part. I would like to thank everyone for being in this very, you know, tough landscape, for working in this tough landscape. And you have to transfer to the general taxation system, and there are certain requirements from the IMF because they want to provide credits, provide loans to us, and we need to comply. And we need to get through these requirements with our heads high, and we need to attain the best results both on the new market and on our traditional markets, where we can enhance our segment, and we should use every approach to do that. I would like to thank the organizers and the sponsors for this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear participants. Thank you, and I hope that we shall see each other soon. And I would like to you to a cocktail reception.